This is so dumb. Oh my God. I forgot that I scheduled this. Dang. Completely forgot. Yeah, it says scheduled for December 7 and it's December 14 now. Okay, well, there was a reason. It's exam week right now, and I was um, working very hard to actually pass some tests, and my efforts paid off today. I am hoping to get 100 on my test that I did today, and because I cannot work on my fucking tests anymore, sorry, exams actually, not tests, they're exams in university. So because of that, I just said, you know what, let's chill and do some, computer science. Um, yep. So today, actually, we're not going to be doing sand game dev. Let me edit that. That's not correct. We're going to be, actually, let's keep it that way. Let's keep it that way. I don't actually know what we're going to be doing, but point is, the thing that I want to do today is I want to make a game of tag, and I'll explain why that is. Um, so first of all, let me quickly open up um, my text editor, and I had completely forgotten all the things that I was doing. So I actually made a project for Game of Tag already. Let me quickly open up my screen. There you go. So I already made a project for it, but I have no idea what the fuck this is. So I forgot everything that I was doing in this week. So yeah, that. That's a bra. Yep, that's a bra. But we'll see. So one of the things that I did here, I think, actually this has a older version of the engine. Jeez, it doesn't have all the latest things in here. So this is a separate project now. If I do, actually it doesn't matter. It's just a separate project. Okay. We still need to sort all of this out. But this is, I actually forgot what this is. Let's see, dash J4. Sanddomain. It still says Sanddomain, by the way. Okay, so, uh-huh. Yeah, okay, I remember now what I was doing. I remember now what I was doing. So we're not going to be working on the game that I was working on previously. The reason for that is because, oh, wait, we have some weird lag. Oh, it's not lag, it's just me being weird with the controls. It's not lag here, it's just me pressing A and D at the same time and thinking that I'm pressing S and D, when in fact I'm not. Okay, so I want to make a game of tag. Wait, the fuck? Oh my god. I looked at the stream and I see like the character is stationary, but the other character is moving around, and I'm like, what? It can't move like that. It's not, it wasn't moving like that. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so this thing, yeah, that's kind of weird. That's very weird. Actually, now that I look at it, it actually trips me up very well. Yeah, dang. I need to do something about it. I need to make it so the character can move within like a certain space on the screen, which actually is really simple to do. Like it doesn't take a lot of time to make that happen. So that, like the character can move a little bit on the screen within like say a certain rectangle or a circle or an oval or whatever you want. Doesn't matter. You can define any shape as long as it's definable by some equations. You can define that, and then you can just essentially if the oh, actually, it's better if it's like a circle or a square, because if it's something simple, it's much easier to translate the camera. So, um, yeah, okay, you don't hear my music. I'm listening to Stranger Things mixtape, which I am enjoying, by the way. Let me show you that, just in case you're wondering. It's just some like Stranger Things dialogue mixed in with some music that is not even, as far as I can tell, it's not even from the show. It's just there, like it's just there. So yeah, that's pretty good mixtape. I like it. It just like you search Stranger Things mixtape and it'll pop up right there. By DJ Yoda. Pretty good. I mean, I'm really enjoying that. But anyway, we need to do something with the camera so that I don't know. We just have to do something with the character maybe so that we can like highlight it or something. So I want to make a game of tag, and I want to make like a cool one, not just like something crappy, but like actually like pretty good tag. So for that, we're gonna need to make an AI that can follow other AI, and an AI that can run away from other AI. And I've been trying to do that, but it's really hard for some reason. I don't know why. So let's take a look here. Essentially, the issue that I'm having is that the AI needs to like run towards me, and they have to like keep themselves next to me. And like if I run away, you know, like it should do that. So even if I move like really far away, it does not run towards me. There's just nothing that's happening. Either we don't see that, or I don't know. So also let me quickly fix my wallpaper. Let me quickly fix my wallpaper. Let's see, I think, what was that? Nope. This? Yep. And then this one I think was the same way. Let me. I love the song. This is pretty good. Alrighty. Good. I have a wallpaper now. Very nice. Very nice. So, I was talking about like getting the AI to essentially follow the player. So this, honestly, I cannot understand why it's not doing that. And the beauty of um, ECS is that ECS essentially allows you to write tests for your code very easily. All you need to do is create a few entities and place some components on them with specific properties, run the system for one tick or whatever the amount is, and then check if the properties have changed in some way. And that is actually really, really good. Like you can do assertions like, does the um, does the entity have like a certain component? Or does it not have a component? Like if the component should be deleted and like did that happen or whatever. And so this is something that I did here with z-index test, which by the way still does not work properly. I think the way that I ended up solving it was very simple. I just removed, sorry, I didn't remove, I moved the, let me see, where is my, ah, there it is. So the main character is basically having a different z index than the other character, but otherwise, if they're on the same z index, it flickers for some reason, and I don't know why. Like at this point, I just don't, I just want to like steal it from the internet, to be honest, because that's just kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know why it's that way. It's just the Z indexing does not work. So, bruh. All right. Now, here is, I mean, there is a, hmm, I'm just thinking about something. Let's not think about Z index right now. I honestly have no idea. Like, I can't even understand what the issue is with the Z indexing. It just does not work, and that's it. Yeah, I don't know why. But in terms of the AI, I already made like a little AI test. So essentially, right now, I think I know already the reason why it's not working. because there is no integration test. I think that's the reason. But essentially, what we have here is a function called runner detected. And if we go to the definition of this, let me go back to the test. So it's testing if the basically if 2 points are within a certain range of each other, and it doesn't matter which way you put them. It really doesn't matter. Basically, like whatever the order is, it's gonna be able to detect all of that stuff. And so essentially what it's doing is it's checking, hey, if these 2 points, if they are, um, within a radius or not within a radius, and then just put in some random values just to test it. This particular one with a very big range and very specific values like 40, 30, 50, um, they do work, but because they're so big values, I would not try to measure them in this way. I would just kind of, divide them by, like, if we're talking about very big, large, like, values, what I would do is I would reduce them to much smaller values, like, say, divide them by 16, and then, like, round them in some way so that it was much simpler equation. Because we don't want to be, especially because these are floating points numbers, and they lose precision pretty quickly. I know that yes, it is in Box2D at least it's up to 2 kilometers, which is about 2,000, but still, like I don't really want to be dealing with all this. And besides, these are not hex literals, so that's a plus. But anyway, so essentially what this function does is it checks if the distance. What is it doing? Oh yeah, it's calculating. This should be pretty quick actually. Computation, basically position x minus position y. Sorry, position x minus position x, absolute of that. And actually, we don't even need an absolute here. There is no point. That, yeah, that's just a waste of our resources. Because when you multiply them, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. Because when you multiply a negative by a negative, these are going to have the same value, so the same sign. If distance x is positive, positive times positive equals positive. And then if it's negative, negative times negative equals positive. So this absolute right there is not required. So distance squared, and then essentially it checks if that's greater or equal than this. And this should theoretically work. In fact, we can run the test right now. And I don't know if we have a test. We don't have a test. Let's see, target, it may be something like sand underscore test. I think that's what it is. Yeah. And you see it pass. So even with this addition, it does have some negative numbers in here. Even with this addition of like, and even here, like tests, negative 40, negative 30, it still works. So that's pretty good. All right, now regarding the actual code, that's doing the chasing. That one does not have a test yet, and it should. And actually, we should have written the test code first. So let's take a look here. I forgot all of this. I don't remember how in the freaking world it works. So I remember we had, so just briefly looked here, Hunter target, and we also have Hunter AI, I think. And that Hunter AI has a bit of a problem because I don't know why, it just would not work properly. So there it is. So we have two entities. The first entity is the player. The second entity is an AI right here. AI agent. So we in place, hmm, wonder where. There it is. Player. Oh, there it is. So we in place hunter target on the player. Now, hunter target, as far as I remember, is just an empty tag. It doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't have any data. It will contain data later, and what data is going to be probably an ID of an entity that is chasing this target right now. And then if it's not chased by anything, it will be reset to the ID of the entity that owns this target. And the reason why we do that is because I don't actually remember if oh wait, there is a null entity in ent. I forgot that actually. Ent does have a null entity, an entity that does not how do you call it? Hang on. Int null. Oh, I wish that int had something. Let's see. One sec. Hang on. Mm, One sec. It doesn't. Let me just so you can see. Oh, it doesn't do. mm. So this is what I'm looking at right now. Essentially, it describes a null entity and all of that, and how it's blah blah blah, blah blah blah. I am not actually interested in any of this. Mm, oh my God, code snippets which I don't want to read, blah blah blah. So anyway, they are saying that null entities sort of should exist as far as I understand. Let's see here. So the way that we could implement a null entity is essentially that this is not going to be a const expr, which is a bit of a problem. But we can implement it in such a way that, like, say, if the entity is equal to some specific value that is known only at runtime, because God forbid we assert certain things at compile time. No, it's true. Like we cannot guarantee that it's going to be like a certain value. We can never guarantee that because int will update at some point. It will break everything. So we have to not use const expr. Actually, we could use const expr, but point is, we need to create some kind of entity that's kind of a null entity that doesn't represent any entity. But in case of hunter target, the idea is that essentially if the entity that owns, sorry, that, so if we consider all hunter targets, and then let's say we find one that is within certain ranges of us. So let me kind of explain the goal I'm trying to achieve here. So let me launch the game just so it's a little easier for me to explain all this stuff. So this is the entity right here. This is the chaser, the hunter, as I call him or call her. The reason why I'm calling it hunter is because it's a lot easier to say hunter than saying it and then confusing it with it, you know? So I'm gonna call the one that's chasing the hunter, the one that's running away, just a runner. So the hunter, uh, they have a hunter AI component. That hunter AI component, we don't really care what it is. It just does not matter what it is for now. It is chasing all the entities that are tagged with hunter target. So these are not like defined targets. It doesn't mean that this like entity is specifically chased. It's just like a potential target, I would say. Something that can be targeted by a hunter. And so we can actually in place entities at random places, and we can actually make it so that essentially, whatever the entity is, just always results in the hunter chasing that thing. And that could be like, making a hunter go to a specific spot. Like say if they have a schedule, like say they run, so they chase for like say 5 minutes, and then for like 30 seconds. They return to some kind of like area and they just hang out there and they just kind of wait and let the player kind of, have some rest for 30 seconds. If we want to implement that, it's going to be very trivial to disable the searching capability, set the target to be an entity that's located at a certain position, and then just make the hunter go to that target. Very simple stuff. So essentially, um, if we're talking about this hunter, let's just say that they they are targeting this character right here. Let me make sure I'm actually showing. Okay, yeah. So they're targeting the character. We can check if they're within range, and then we have to like make it so that let's say we have two hunters. If two hunters try to chase the same entity, uh, that may be okay, but if there are other entities around, um, then we may not want to chase. Like let's say there is like two hunters and two runners. We don't want both hunters to somehow target the same entity and just chase that, because then the other person, the other player, so the other runner can get away. We don't want that. We want them to kind of target one entity at a time and maybe even be able to like forget about it and go to the other one. So in order to prevent them targeting the same entity, we can implement it so that essentially if the hunter targets this entity, the hunter target component on this stores the ID of this entity. So if this entity, or say the other hunter, if the other hunter sees that hey, it already has an ID here that is not like an invalid ID, then that means that it's already targeted by some other hunter, so I don't have to consider that as my target. I have to keep searching for something else. And then if I don't find anything, only then am I going to actually target this entity. This is actually pretty simple to implement in terms of like, the hunter remembering the entity. You don't even have to like do two for loops or anything. You just there's a simple trick that anybody who knows how to code, they will be able to figure it out. It should work, but maybe it's not. We'll see. So point is, how do we make it so that, let's say, the hunter needs to somehow know if this hunter target component, if it stores an ID of another hunter, or if that's like basically like a null, like it's not targeted by anything. The easiest way to do it would be to store, if it's not targeted by any hunter, the way to do it would be to say that, well, the uh, invalid, so like we could reserve a special entity, say with an ID of 0, that serves as our null entity. But the other way is like, can a target um, be chased by itself? No. I mean, theoretically, you could do that. Why not? In fact, well, depending on how you implement it, it's theoretically possible to in place both the target and the hunter on this entity. But like realistically, as long as that doesn't happen, uh, you will never have an entity chased by itself. So if it's chased by itself, it means that it's not chased by anything. And that if it's not chased by itself, it means that it's chased by something else. And that something else most likely is another hunter. Now, this also allows the entity to understand if a hunter is chasing it specifically. And that will also allow some entities to maybe engage in some kind of disguise. And this is something really cool about ECS because we can take this concept of one entity chasing the other and we can say, oh, if we make it so that two entities chase each other, the hunters will think, oh, so this is already hunted by another hunter, I'm not going to consider that. Um, and so that will allow certain entities to kind of like trick the hunters and, appear as if they are chased, but the chaser is just another entity. Right, you could do all sorts of weird things, and you can make some AI that's like very, very cool and very smart, and it makes like it fakes its behavior and all sorts of really cool things. So this is one of the things that I want to kind of explore, but we'll do that later. The runner AI should be sophisticated as just absolute garbage. Sorry, actually that does not make sense if what I said just now. It should be sophisticated as what? Like, I could swear, but I'm just so bored of swearing at this point that I don't want to do it anymore. So we would want to essentially be able to have the system where like we can check, if a certain entity is chasing or not. Now, something about this chasing behavior is that hunters, um, this is going to be weird. Anyway, so hunter target, we will add this like chased by uh, tag to it, but for now it doesn't matter really. It doesn't have to be anything. One of the things that so here we have Hunter AI. Hunter AI, essentially what that is it's it has this target here, and this target by default, it's not specified in this particular example, but by default, this target is set to the ID of the entity itself. The other one here is a wise enum. The reason why I'm using wise enum, I don't remember if I made a stream. Yeah, I actually remember we did a stream. Yeah, we did a stream where I complained at the end that we didn't do anything, but we added this wise enum. This is just for um, so that in the future we have like a better way of like, printing enums. Instead of printing numbers, we can actually print strings. So this wise enum here, actually really like the idea that like it's actually highlighted correctly right now. This one is a state. It is either explore or chase. By default, it should be explore. Right here it says that. And essentially this is going to allow us to have a way of like if the AI is actively chasing something, it will just follow the target until it's unreachable or until it catches it, at which point uh, something will happen and there will be like some reset. Um, and so the idea is that the explore state is when the AI is actively searching for its targets. And I had just now realized why is it that the entire thing doesn't work. But I don't wanna. So let's see here. So this is our AI.cpp. And this is the code. And I had just now realized what the issue is with this code. I honestly want to rip it all out and just completely, get rid of it. So because of that, let's go ahead into here. Let's add another test. So this is a simple thing, simple test thing. It doesn't have a fixture. So Hunter AI and the second argument here, the name of this test would be Um, state explore state to chase. So essentially, we're going to test if the AI will chase something, or at least it will try to like chase something. So we're going to create our own registry here. It's going to be a local registry called registry. And also, I am so pissed right now that the extension that I use cannot properly do an include statement. Because you cannot create an object of an incomplete type, and it continuously creates an object of an incomplete type. How dare! Terrible. So anyway, and registry. I think there is some obscure way of doing it. No, you can make a pointer to it. You can't make an object out of it. Because then, like, if something else instantiates it and something else knows how to deal with that thing, then it can operate on it, but you can only have a pointer to an incomplete type. Yeah. All right. Incomplete type basically means a forward declaration. So in this forward, ffd.hpp, it says I think something like, like I think like a class, and no, actually it says like namespace and then like here would say something like class registry. This is what it is, and you cannot create. This is what it says. It's not empty braces. It's just this. And because it's saying this, you cannot create an object of it. I don't know if it's exactly this, but that's most likely what it is. Oh, actually, it is a template type. So it's templated, I think, on the entity identifier, but that's not really the point here. So we have a registry, and then we need to create a few entities. So we're going to do a const um, auto. Um, let's create well, the way that they're called. We're going to call one hunter equals registry dot create. Oh, I love C++, at least not really C++, C++ language server. At least right now, it's not in this laggy state because I just restarted my computer, probably because of that. Yeah, the language server actually is pretty good because I tried writing some Python recently without a language server and it was a nightmare. I don't want to come back to it. The reason why I was writing it without a language server is because setting up a language server requires writing like 4 characters and running one command, but that is too hard to do. Like that just takes so much time. You cannot imagine how much time this takes. So we have a runner here. I mean, yeah, as I said, this is like if you didn't get it, that was a joke. It doesn't take a long time. It's actually very quick to like just write like 4 characters, actually 5 characters if including a space. So you just put space plus LSP and that's it. And it should do all the tricks. But I haven't bothered. No, it's not frustrating enough. So anyway, we have the hunter and the runner. And then we have to emplace certain objects onto this hunter and runner. So I would say the way to do it would be to say that, hey, I want to like, hmm, hmm. Yeah, I'm just listening to that song I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. I know it's kind of weird that you cannot hear it, but the reason why you cannot hear it is because I don't want to research copyright and all that stuff and then get screwed by YouTube. I know, no. Um, I really should turn it down. It's distract. Hang on, actually let me switch it off. Oh, it's almost the end though, but I'm gonna turn it off because that's not what I'm here for. No, this will distract me. Hang on a second. Let me probably turn on some like real music. Where is my playlist? Let's find some Nightcore. I think this is what we're gonna do today. You're not gonna do any NCS. NCS is too hard. NCS is so just no. It's already like everywhere. I cannot listen to NCS anymore. It's just annoying. Uh, is there any good Nightcore? Hello? Oh, hang on. The let's see. Okay, that looks like a playlist that should not get me in trouble. Yeah. Okay, let's just shuffle it because otherwise it's gonna drive me crazy. Can you hear anything? Haha, you can't. There you go. Okay, let me just turn it down low. My brain is such a chaos that you cannot have any structure in the stream at all. So, we have a registry.create. We create the hunter and the runner. For the hunter, we're gonna need to do registry dot in place hunter. What? No, 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 no. Hunter AI. And this is gonna be to a hunter, and it actually takes no arguments. No, actually, I think it does take some arguments. Let's see. So, oh yeah, this is one of the issues here. Entity target. Why is enum? So state is already set. The target is not set. So let's do it this way. Hunter AI. Sorry. Dot target equals hunter. What is it saying? Change hunter AI to hunter. You can't write like one single line. Hash include. So it knows about the fact that hunter AI exists, but it has no clue about the fact that hunter AI actually is stored in the under sand component. Um, I think it's AI that HTTP. That is such a weird thing to encounter. Well, anyway, there you go. So then it should fix itself. Undeclared identifier. There you go. Now declared. So a relatively similar thing will happen to runner, except that it will be a hunter target. And I don't think, yeah, for now it actually doesn't need to take any arguments at all. It will take, because we will need to detect what is targeting the 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 thing later. So it will have to take something here, and entity um, chased by. There you go. Okay, and so this one for now is gonna be hunter target. Okay, we have problems with this music. Actually, not with the music itself, with the fact that it's lagging. So then, I honestly, it trips me up. I'm, I'm just gonna turn it off. I'm just gonna turn it off. It just makes the most sense. Just turn it off. There you go. All right. So hunter target, and what we're gonna need to do is say dot chased by equals runner. Okay. So there you go. Chased by runner. So after this, once we do that, we're gonna need to write code that um, essentially. Oh, wait a second. Let's make it. Huh. No, actually, yeah, we want it to be like, like this. Yeah, let's do it this way. So let's do it this way. We're going to check um, Oh yeah, so okay, the AI, yes, it is in the Explore state, and what it should do is it should let me think about it. It should obtain. Oh my God. So the hunter itself, they are gonna need to do a simple thing, registry dot in place, and in place would be B2. Sorry, not B. Yes, B2. Oh, really? That sucks. Because the issue I'm having right now is that in order for us to detect if an AI, dang, I just realized just how much dependency there is on the just how much dependency there is on the on Box2D because I need to get a Box2D body up and running, and I can't just like wing it. This thing is the AI is heavily reliant on the Box2D types. So I would say the best way of dealing with it would be to then create like we need to make a bunch of stuff. We need to like spin up half the game code to just test like if something is within the range or something. That kind of seems weird. Hmm, let me think about it. What are we trying to test here? We're trying to test if the AI would go from state of the state of being on the Jesus, this is kind of weird. Be- Oh, this is a struggle because like I don't want to in place like a B2 body pointer. What I should be doing here is a B2 body pointer. And if I do that, I then need to like in place a bunch of other things. Let's see, Hunter, and it does not take any arguments. So that would actually work, but the issue here, oh, this is not even a correct type. This is. The issue with that is that if, oh dang, why does it have to be this complicated? Huh, I'm thinking very heavily. Let's think of it this way. So let's say that if it's in a chase state, oh my God, I cannot think for some reason. This is so weird. It never happened to me. Like I was always, let's just do it this way and like put some code and this and that and it just works perfectly fine. First try, everything's good. Here it uh, puts me in a bit of a stupor and like I just for some reason it's brain fog. And as I said, never happened to me. What the fuck? Okay, let's then do it the weird way. So we're gonna create a B2 world. As I said, this is so weird. I would never do this. So B2 world, world, not just that. And one of the problems I'm having with all of these includes is that it just needs to be box2d.h and you can go away. There you go. So box to the B2 world, and then you're going to do B2 body pointer on the hunter world dot create body. Now here we need a B2 body def as a pointer. So the best way to do it would be to just create B2 body right here, and it adds these unnecessary includes, which kind of don't make any sense. B2 body, and you cannot, so you make it like this, and then here you do like body dot, and then this is, oh wait, B2, what did I do? This should be a B2 body def. Think this way, yeah. So body dot, okay, that's just a simple struct. That's good enough. So let's set the position of this to be equal to B2 vec 0 for now. What is your problem? What is your problem? No matching constructor. Oh, it needs a gravity. B2 vec 0. Good enough for you. So we need to create body from address of body. And then after that, we do body dot position equals B2 vector 2. And this one will be 0, 5 is what it will be. And we're gonna do the same thing as we did here, where we in place B2 body on a runner with world create body with a body definition right there. So that's that. That is very simple to do. So once you've created all of this, that should be enough. And again, it does not make me happy that I have to spin up an entire world, which is pretty simple, but still, like, you need to do stuff. But this is the arrange phase. Next is act, and act really involves calling one function. That function, I forgot what the name of it is, because as always, how could you remember how it's called? So we're only gonna call a very small function. Actually, in fact, I think it's open right here. So I call it process AI, but I would actually go as far as completely removing this function from the code first and then completely implementing a new version of this AI behavior. So let's just completely ignore that function that we created. And in fact, let's check if this compiles. Oh, and also let's quit out of this and space PT. We are gonna have to rename a lot of things in CMake because, like, for example, the game itself should be named Game of Tag, not Sand, and not Sand Main. It should be called like Game of Tag Main or something. So let's see here. No matching function for call to invoke. Yeah. So what? What is your problem? Context biblical type, blah, 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 blah. No matching function for call, process AI. Oh, wait, what are you saying? Oh, you have trouble compiling process AI? Yes? No, 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 not tuple. What is your problem? Tell me, tell me. Oh, you have a problem? Where? Then, you can cease to exist. Before I delete it though, it's not, is it not committed yet? Untracked file. Okay, it is, okay, then I'm gonna like comment this out for now. The reason why I'm commenting out, I will remove it later. I just don't want to remove it just yet. That is the reason. I'm gonna leave it just empty. Just do nothing. Okay, space project test. There you go. That seems to build fine. So ran 5 tests and, tests are still passing. They're still compiling. That function, yes, as I said, we'll get rid of it. It doesn't need to be here. In fact, since we're doing a TDD style, what isn't here? Runner detected, but this entire thing, you can go. You're free. You are a free function now. Also, most of what exactly do we need here? We don't need body. That's not required. Forward declaration of a registry is not required. Numbers, yes, please. Although I don't see how they're used here. So GDFO, component AI. What is this? This is probably for the function that we just deleted. Let's get rid of that. Movement intent, yes, please go. And then system AI.hpp, this one we actually do need. And in this file, in fact, we should then remove this function, void process AI, because that's not required. And that will be that. Now, in this will not compile right now, I think. So let's see, sprace project test. That actually might compile. Production code may not compile, but this should compile. Hang on. I am managing my stuff real quick. There you go. Okay. Did it compile? Did that compile? Yes, it did compile. Good. It is still compiling. So we are then going to call a function that does not exist. And this is the spirit of TDD. Call functions that did not exist. And then see your failure to compile. And then write the function, but only the amount that is required to pass the currently failing test. It's just 3 laws of TDD. You should know them by heart. Okay, some people will argue that's not the way you do software, but in the case of somebody who has trouble writing one line of code, that is exactly what they should do. So anyway, let's keep let's keep this rolling. Let's just continue doing that. Let me quickly look. Zero viewers, zero chat. Okay, we can continue then. So, not that I like, in case there's a message, then I might need to address that. But yeah. So, continuing on, we are gonna need to know how to get the, let's see here, hunter target. We need to call a function that, well, like tick hunters is what it should be. And this function takes a registry, and it shall not know anything else. And yes, I know, tick hunters kind of makes zero sense, but that's kind of what the issue is. So let's see, tick hunters, kind of makes sense to name it this way. So then here, not in this though, in this, inside of this, you're going to make a void tick hunters. And this take and colon registry. Now this one can be a forward declaration. That can be a forward declaration because we're not actually doing anything with it. Now this thing, as I said, returns nothing. Also, I lost where, because my legs are cold, I cannot find my flippers, flip-flops, or what are they called? Anyway, so tick hunters. So then, that should now compile. Yeah, let's see if it does. I mean, it should. Pretty sure it will compile. Use of undeclared identifier to colors. What do you mean? Oh, undefined reference. Okay, so that's not an undeclared identifier because this is clearly declared inside of this file right here, and we know that that file is included because runner detected is in here, and that means that essentially if it's here and we do include it somewhere right here, then that should be fine. So now we need to go into ai.cpp right over here, and we need to write the declaration of the, sorry, definition of this thing. Let's call this registry, and let's call this registry here. So we're gonna just do nothing. That's what we're gonna do. So we only write, this is the lazy style approach. We only write the code that is sufficient to, what do you mean? Who who told you to compile that? Don't compile production code. Production code does not exist in TDD. Everything is a test. Okay, that's actually a lie. Production code does exist in TDD. It's just that right now we don't think about it. I know it will not compile production code, but it doesn't matter because we're working on a test, and the production code that does not compile is actually uh, dependent on this test passing. So if the test is not passing or the test is incomplete, the production code does not matter. So let's continue doing that. So after we ticked hunters, we need to do certain, things. So the first thing is we are gonna do an expect here, expect true, um, and the true that we're trying to do here is that registry dot get of the hunter AI component on a hunter dot um, and oh look, it even tells you what the thing is. So dot state equals chase. This is our first thing, and it tells you, hey, use this thing, please. So that's the first assertion that we're making. Run the test, and it should fail. that should fail. Yeah, so there you go. Actual false, expected true. So we need to write enough code, but not too much code, so that this test would pass. And you could say that like that this like just make all the hunters have this state true. And that would be a valid thing to do. It would be a valid thing to set all the hunters to, state of what's it called? Of chase. But the issue with that is that this is not correct behavior. But I think we're moving in the right direction. Registry.view of all the hunter AI components dot each. And I really do enjoy dot each because it is just such a compact way of doing. And now I think that pretty much you can write the entire game with just these dot each statements, and you don't need to use any other functionality of int, except for like, placement of components, removal of components, checking things, sorting. But like the game logic that is like doing actual work is most likely going to be based on on the registry.each. Sorry, registry.view.each. So there we go. It's saying Hunter AI is undefined. That is a very simple fix. You just do an include here of sand slash. Why can I not type today? Sand. That's a component AI. That HTTP. There you go. So what you need to do is you just need to set every single hunter's uh, component. Oh wait, this should take something. Let's take const, not a const actually. We should take a hunter AI reference AI, and so we should say AI dot state equal to hunter AI. Actually, let's just do this equals, yeah, hunter AI chase. There you go. So that will pass the current failing test. And the reason why I'm saying we're moving in the right direction, even though you might think, wait, hang on a second, you're trying to like make it so that not all the hunters chase, but like some of them are in this explore state if they don't chase anything. And the explore state, essentially what that means is it's wandering around in a random direction for extended periods of time. I think the way we're gonna make it is we are going to select a random point in a certain radius, and we're just going to make the hunter go to that point. And while it's walking, it will detect everything around it. And the idea is that even if it's not going in a straight line, or even if it's like moving in rather weird ways, it will eventually, get to a certain point. And actually, now that I think about it, this system of something pathfinding to something else. Um, the Oh, wait, we don't actually need to tell the test how the hunter is moving, and the system that's managing the state of the hunter doesn't even need to know how it's moving. It's just doing checks. So anyway, this test is now passing, and the point of it is that we are indeed moving in the right direction. Because if you think about it, if we now provide this this test with a condition where hunters shall not have this explore thing, then if we provide it with this condition, what ends up happening is we can then say, oh, set it to be chase if like certain condition, you know, like that. And actually, we're gonna take a real quick break. Now I'll be right back. All right. So, let's see. What is that we stopped on? So, if there's a certain condition when the hunters are not meeting this condition, we just add like a condition here, like if blah 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 blah, then don't do it. If not, then do it. So the best way of doing that would be, okay, let's say, so let's see here, expect true that the hunter is in the chase state, that there's another actually condition, expect. And now that I look at it, this should not be a expect true. This should be an expect equal. That'll make a lot more sense because we might want to do something like we might want to know what it actually is instead of just a true false. In this case, when we just have two states, more like a Boolean, it doesn't really matter. But in other cases, well, there might be other things. So let's see here. Hunter AI state, Hunter AI chase. So what we want to do is we want the Hunter AI to know. Let's see here. Hunter AI that state. We want the target to be equal to runner. Okay, so that, and after this, we are going to say expect equals that the runner is, sorry, not target, but chased. Hello? Oh, it doesn't have a hunter AI, that's the issue. It's a hunter target that the chased by is hunter. There you go. So once you do that, this is the test. And I know we did too many conditions at the same time, but that does not matter. Oh, and like something that I think about just now is that tick hunters, it should know the range of hunters, the like the detection range of the hunter. And one of the ways in which I can see, like, one of the ways in which, yeah, so should it be should it be something that's separate for each hunter, or should it be something that's like the same for every hunter? Because if it's all the same, we can define it as a const expert outside of this function, and well, there's a bit of a problem with defining it as a global, because then there is then there is a problem. There's a problem. Um, let's think about it. Ideally, I mean, so within a game, the the way that like it would work most likely would be through being a global, but could also be like a local. Because, yeah, actually, we might want to have it on a hunter by hunter basis. The reason for that is that a hunter that is chasing should have a larger range than a hunter that is um, exploring. Or should it be kind of the same? Huh. Yeah, kind of weird. So how would I? Hmm, weird. I'm just thinking. I guess you don't over-engineer. Um, but for testing purposes, like I would want to be able to control this value and to know what the value is, because my idea is to essentially like move the runner certain amount of blocks and make it so that the runner like I don't know, I want to be able to control this value. I think the way we could do it is we could say like tick hunters, and then we could like inside of AI that H sorry, not this, this can close. Instead of this AI that HPP, we could specify, like const and in fact const expert. I don't know if you can. Function parameter cannot be const expert. Okay. Oh, don't do that. Let's then do const int um, let's do unsigned int detection range equals, I don't know, like a 10. And then in the testing code, we can override this if we want to give hunters a buff or a debuff. We can override it as well. And we don't need to define a function. Oh, sorry, like what's it called? Sorry, like a global. The other way of doing it would be to essentially specified on a hunter by hunter basis. The third way would be to make this system, instead of a function, a class. And as we know, they should not really impact performance, but the idea would be that testing code can override values, like properties of this class, while the production code will leave them at default. And that would allow us to, or at least maybe not, maybe the production code, sorry, the testing code should not really like modify it, but it should more like um, try to like know what the value is. Because here the issue I'm having is like tick 100, I don't want to be, having like a expr expr integer like range equal to like 10, because this range could be like whatever, and it could also be in another file. We could put it inside of an anonymous namespace, but the issue then is that this is not really gonna work, because it's not gonna work. Even though you have this range defined in a header file, but the function header files can lead to ODR. Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know what ODR is, but like that's a problem. So we don't actually want it here, is what I'm saying. We want it to kind of be like this. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Like, should it be inside a hunter function? I would say yes, it should be inside of a. Also, I realized that this is like this. Another way of doing it would be to, yeah, actually, you know what? Let's make this a class, because that's gonna make a lot. That's gonna make things a lot easier. So this code should still compile, but the cool thing here is that now we can specify a bunch of parameters, and we will need to modify this code here, because I mean it's actually pretty simple to modify it. I think that will do. Essentially, we can now define, oh, and this should be public as well. But what's really cool about it is that we can now specify things like integer, um, normal, detection, range equal to 10, and this should be an unsigned, so that will be 10U. And we can even specify things like chase detection range, which should be double that. So I would say, instead of this, like setting it to a specific value, I would say like, normal detection range times 2. And I think that the better way of doing it would be to specify it like this. And I don't know if you can do that. Oh yeah, also, like, we don't need this declaration here. We can just do this. and then this, and then that. There you go. And then another thing would be to say that like, um, well, I mean, there is no like, yeah, I don't know, explore. I'm just kind of thinking that, hmm, yeah, chase detection range should be greater. Because the idea behind this is that if an entity just barely touches the range, like it just enters this range for like a tick, if within that tick the hunter detects this entity and it targets it, when the entity gets out of range, it shouldn't like the hunter shouldn't just instantly like forget about it. They should have some persistence, so they should be able to like chase it. And then if you're able to get out of this larger range, which is twice as big, then you are able to go, and then the hunter kind of loses you and starts going into explore mode. And the explore mode, kind of, I'm not sure about that. We'll see how the hunter would handle when it's not able to chase you. I think that what they should do is they should go into more of um, like a search mode, really, not just explore. Because explore is like when they've completely abandoned you and they just target whatever. But in case when they are like looking for you specifically and you're out of their chase range, they don't know your position anymore, is what happens really. And because they don't know your position, they're going to be like looking. And so they'll be searching basically. So they'll be probing various points around the area where they saw you, and then they'll kind of try to understand where you are. So with that, I mean, we'll have to play the game and maybe like set the values to be a little smaller, or maybe like do some debug drawing and all that, just to kind of see how well it all looks. But for now, that is that. So let's see. Hmm. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back to the test. This should be the state of the system afterwards, and it should fail. So conflicting declaration to counters registry. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, because like, yeah, I see what you mean. Because you need to create a class, tech hunters, tech hunters, um, There you go. Okay, that does change the code slightly, but that doesn't really matter as much. Once we do this, we should be able to see something. Okay, it failed. So you can actually see what the entity is. So target. So it was expecting runner, which is this. It got something else. So that something else actually is a hunter. So what it essentially should do here is a little bit more sophisticated. And the way I'm going to make it more sophisticated is after I do registry.create, I will also do for um, auto I equal to 0, I is less than 10, for example, I plus plus. We're just going to call registry dot create. The reason why I'm calling it is because yeah, it's saying now no discard, but that doesn't matter. Let's say um, auto like what? Um, extra entities equals to this. And surprisingly, even though we're not actually like storing it anywhere, the fact that we're setting it to a variable makes this work. So we don't actually care what those entities are. They're just there so that when we test our functions, we make sure that it's not just like picking some random entity out of like this pool and just like sets it to like whatever the last entity ID is or whatever. We want it to be like a very specific entity. So it is expecting it to be a target. So in that case, um, actually, let's try and compile this. Just I want to see if that changes the ID for whatever reason. I mean, that could happen theoretically, but not that it will happen, but at least I hope it wouldn't. But yeah, it should not. So yeah, it's still saying here that it is basically um, not the way that it should be. So what we need to do then is we need to now essentially not just set it to be whatever. We need to check if this Hunter AI, and it also needs to have a B2 body pointer attached to it. The reason why it's a pointer is because, well, that's the way that the Box2D works. It manages its a memory by itself, and you cannot give it pointers. Like it cannot react to essentially it gives you pointers that it owns, and you just use them. Is how it works. So once you chase that, essentially what you should happen here is you don't just set anything to chase. Actually, for now, doesn't matter. Actually, it does matter. So let's set it so that we do here a registry dot view of all the entities that have hunter target and a B2 body uh, pointer. And on all of those, you're gonna call dot each, which is gonna be the same kind of function that will take. Now this one actually only takes AI. It also needs to take a B2 body pointer, um, hunter body. And this one, of course, needs to take here the same thing. So actually, these things are, the bodies are const. So we don't tick, oh wait, uh, no, the view does not care. What does care is this, that it's a const. Actually, I don't know if you can do that. Can you put it here? I think there is it here? Yeah, okay. This is not a const pointer, although we could take a const pointer, but it refers to a const body. So you need to make a view, and you pretty much take a look at all the hunter target, reference, target, and a B2 body pointer const to target body. And here actually target data. Okay. What is it saying? Oh, okay. You need to capture the registry by reference. Okay. So once you've done that, what you need to do is you need to check if the two are within a certain margin. And as you remember, the way we check that is actually quite simple. So we check it by doing we need to explore detection range. So essentially I think we're not gonna complicate it just yet, but this should only happen for hunters that are exploring, technically speaking. The hunters that are chasing, they're gonna be a little bit different. Their AI will be a little bit more sophisticated, but we don't think about those right now. So once we do this, essentially we are going to consider all the target data and all the target body, which target data actually, as far as I remember, is an empty thing. Actually, it is not empty, but we can think of it as almost empty, so that's not very interesting to us. Let's check here. So essentially, if target data um, dot chased by, what is your, you need braces. That chased by equals, let's take const auto entity, we're going to say target entity. So if it's equal target entity. Should I? Yeah, so if it's equal to target entity, you then will check if, mm, let me think. Actually, in terms of optimizations, we don't want this code here. I would, what is, yeah, it should be like that. Because it's asking for a semicolon. Yeah, there you go. So instead, what it should do here is it should ask if runner detected. The first position is going to come from a target body dot, sorry, not dot, like this, get position. The other one is going to come from hunter body, and it's not going to, actually, will autocomplete somehow. Hunter body, get position, and float range would be um, this explore detection range. Now it is saying here that some of these things are not captured. So we need to capture this and hunter body. And it says cannot be explicitly captured in this context because we need to capture it here. So now that works. Okay. So if it's detected, the next logical thing to do is to check and target data that chased by equals to target entity. So in that case, we know that it is essentially not chased by anything else, and we'll then ask ourselves if we want a, let me think. We'll then check essentially if those are actually equal, then what we will do is say that this is going to be the entity. So we'll say something like hunter, sorry, not hunter. Let's rename this into hunter AI. Hunter AI. Yeah, hunter AI dot target equals target entity. Um, and the other thing, and it is saying here, Hunter body, Hunter AI. And I actually don't remember what else is required, so I'll just run the test and I'll see what fails. And then if nothing fails, we completed the task. Oh, and it should then also switch to the chase state. So it should set Hunter AI dot state equals chase. Um, yeah, what read only variable is not assignable. What do you mean? What do you mean not assignable? What is your problem? Hello? What is your problem? Why is it a read-only variable? Is it because it is declared with like a default thing? That's not a... So the target is assignable, but this is not. Huh. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Type check assign const is what it is saying. It's not a const. What are you saying there? Let me put a semicolon there. Maybe that's the issue. Are you stupid or something? Hmm. Oh, I think I know. So, what's it saying here? AI dot state equals under the chase. Yeah. So that it doesn't say anything, but here it does. So the thing here is that this actually should be by reference. And I think that's what it meant. So I actually don't know how that affects it, but yes, that should be by reference. And Hunter body, we don't want to modify it, so that's why it's like this. In fact, the actual pointer itself should be also const as well, because why not? Everything should be const. So test that, and this should work. So this should assign everything according to plan. They should all become in the chasing state, and in fact here what I would say is that this is no longer required because this is what it should be. And it is saying here that Hunter, um, that the target on the Hunter, sorry, on the actual target here is not reset. So the way to reset the target would be to do not even Hunter AI, but target data. Actually, now that I think about it, it's kind of, yeah, okay. Target data dot chased by equals Hunter. Hunter entity. And of course, it's not defined because const auto. There you go. Test this code. There you go. So all the tests are currently passing. And one of the things that I wanted to do is I actually wanted to not just create a bunch of these, but also probably in place extra entity, sorry, registry dot in place is what I should be doing. Dot, in place the target, the hunter target on those. So hunter target onto extra entities, and the arguments are going to be that this is a hunter target where dot chased by equals extra entities. And this can go. And then if we do a space project test, then it will actually fail the test. And the reason why it will fail is because now it's gonna just reset. It's gonna just mess up. What? Oh, they don't have a B2 body. They don't meet the requirements of being selected. So here, yes, the body does not exist and yet, so I am guessing this should happen after all of the creation here. So over here, it should then create it with the body, but not on a hunter, but instead on those extra entities. And I kind of realized that this is plural, but that doesn't really matter to me. There you go. So it is still passing, even though I want it to fail. Kind of wondering how that is. Because what should happen instead, let me drink some water because my throat is too dry. Too dry to talk. So if you think about it, we got a bunch of entities that are essentially the same as the what's it called? So let's see here. Create hunter target B2 body. So we have a bunch of entities that are eligible because, well, you know, everything checks out, but for some reason this function doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't it does not reset the thing, even though the hunter is here, the runner is here. These entities are the same position as the runner, and this, by the way, should be this class tick hunters Control OD, and like, I don't know. Let's, I don't know. Create it right here. So it should be tick hunters dot uh, explore detection range divide by 2. And I think it's an integer. So what is it saying here? Result of integer division using a floating point context, possible loss of precision. Not that I care. Not that I care. So it doesn't matter. Uh, I'm kind of confused because so this is so confusing to me because if you think about it, here's the issue I'm having. This code should, okay? Um, all of those other hunter targets, they're located at the exact same position. They have like they're chased by extra entities. They are like just so um I cannot see how they're different. Hunter target, extra entities, hunter target, chased by extra entities, registry that in place, beta body pointer, extra entities, world that create and the body. So I don't see how in the world could it be that there are like how in the world could it be that this is not working? So the way that I can check it actually is I can do like registry dot view of hunter target and B2 body pointer. And then I can do dot, I think there's a dot count or dot size actually. Not like I need to know what the size of it is. What is this function? Any like, hmm, Hmm. And then documentation, the oxygen. Wait, that's not that. There it is. Open it up. And we are looking for a view. Okay. Oh, wait. Where's that view? We'll return a basic view. Oh, what? Doesn't view implementation dispatcher? No. I need to know. Hmm. Hmm. How can I get the view itself? What if I do basic view and then this more doesn't do anything. That one is defined at forward.hpp. That's not actually what we want. Let's see. Hmm. How do I get documentation for the size of that view? I guess the best way to do it would be just call like search for size. If you can't see anything, that's actually completely normal because I can't see anything either. Dang. Let's see. Number of entities that have the given component. Huh. So there is a dot size by any chance. No, it's just that. Dang. Ah, what did I do? So there is some kind of size, but it's not what we need. Oh my God, it's so laggy. It is so laggy. So like, okay, view, yeah, we did that, dot. There's no size. There's like a size hint, but that's, what is it doing even? Ignore, yeah, I don't care. What is this function doing? Estimates the number of entities iterated by the view. So like it estimates. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to know for sure is is my question. Like how many are there? And I remember I used it like somewhere in the code. Like I did it. So let's see here. Classes, members. Uh, let's see. Handle hash string. Blah blah blah. Basic handle, basic organizer, basic registry. There is no view here. Oh, because this is what you're supposed to look at. There's a basic registry. Let's try and like open it up, see what is up with that. So let's see here. Basic registry, operator equals, prepare, storage, number of existing components. What is it doing? Returns number of existing components of the given type. Template. Parameters, component, type of component of which to return the size, returns number of, ah. So is it, I think the way that it should work is like that. But like if I do it this way, I only get one. So I think that in that case we need to get a group, but I would be much rather just not using a group, but just like getting the size of a view. Okay, basic group default constructor to use to create an entity, as you create entity invalid groups, capacity. Oh, so I guess it's we need to make a group. We just need to know how to make a group. Oh, okay. So then that makes a little more sense because if I can create the group, I can then get the size of it. And I forgot which, I assume it's just dot um, group. And this is the group. Is it that way? Yes, dot size, please. And then we're gonna ask for, so we're gonna say integer. Let's just not do anything. Let's just do an expect equal. of registry dot size and 11. And that will be true, except that this should be also a B2 body pointer. Okay, now it is also complaining that something is up here. Like, what are you doing? You should put braces if you have a comma in the macro, which honestly, it sucks that you need a comma there. This is a bug in C++ pretty much, in C++ preprocessor, because it doesn't understand template parameters, commas. And it is still passing. Then that means that when we select, well, hang on, there is 11 of these entities, and only the very first one is being set as, this entity that is like created here. What is up with that? Weird. Weird. Very weird. So weird, in fact, that I don't even know what to say. Because they are all created with the same condition, but for some reason, yeah, I have no idea why it's not working this way. Because like I expected it to basically have like a way of um, I expected it to fail and like override a bunch of stuff, but like it didn't. So that's a win. And it says here that the group is 11. Well, let's test it and let's say that it's not equal. Oh, it's any. Okay. Not equal to 1. Just so we know that it's not like fooling us or anything. Let's set it to like equal to 10. And I just want to see it fail because to me it's almost as if it's like trolling me and not recompiling this file. Yeah, it is indeed 11. That's weird. That is so weird. Um, okay. So because it's not so it is like dang, I don't understand. So is it that well, I mean it is doing something, it just does it once? What? Hang on. So that each this 100 yeah. 180, okay. Blah, 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 blah. So the one that I am kind of interested in the most is this target entity right here. So I would say, let's do it this way. Let's make a few here and a few here. Now you can see that like these, they will actually complain because they say the body doesn't exist. So I think the best way to handle that would be um, to like, actually I don't know what the best way to handle it would be. Yeah, I have a problem here because I don't understand how in the world is it like not um how in the world is it not like, so it iterates over all the targets and there's no if statement in that function. It doesn't like check, oh, if we already chose it. No, 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 no. It does not, no, 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 none of that. None of that. What it does is it goes through all the targets, all the possible targets, and like it creates um it creates these um these targets. Sorry, not creates. It's like it searches for them. It's like, okay, well, is this within range? Oh, yes or no. All of them have the same properties. They are all within range, but it only like, so to me that looks like this code that I wrote is correct. To me, it looks like we should not think about why it's correct, although it is puzzling because this, the way that it's written, it should fail this test, but it's not failing. And that drives me. This is the first time this happened because like I am confused. So like think of it this way. I don't have Paint or anything open actually. Yeah, let's use GIMP real quick. So think of it this way. Let me reset, file, new. So think of it this way. You have an array of entities, and by the way, I think I deleted that file that we had with the unit circle, which doesn't matter. So think of it this way. You have a, can I have like, yeah, let's use a circle. Circle will be fine. Let's just make that bigger. So think of it this way. You have an array of entities. These are your targets. You go through all of those targets. So you consider this one. That's still thick. Oh, dang. You consider this one, right? And you're like, oh, is this satisfying some condition? And this particular one, this one is our runner because it's the first one that spawned. And you're like, check. And then you jump to the next one. And you're like, is this satisfying our condition? Check. Next, satisfying our condition? Check. Satisfying our condition? Check. And like you keep doing that all the way to the end and you check all of them. because they all satisfy this condition. They are all having all the properties, the position, all of that. They're all in the same spot. Um, they have the same what's it called components. So they all satisfy this these parameters. So they should all check. So by the end of it, instead of having this one, you get at the end this one, the last one. But this is not what's happening here. So either I am dumb and I'm actually spawning my runner at the end of the loop when I should be doing it at the beginning of the loop or something. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. So something clearly is interfering with it. Now, one of the ways that I see this happening is if we were to do, like something like if we were to set the hunter data here, um, like currently, well, actually, no, because that's not what's happening. That's not, oh my God. My brain is broken. My brain is broken. And I honestly don't want to think about it. So, okay, okay. With that, continuing on. The next thing that we're going to need to do, actually, I don't know what the purpose of the group is. I have no idea. But if we continue going, now we'll modify the position of the entity. And essentially, that entity is going to go out of scope. And I would actually prefer this to kind of disappear because we don't actually store a reference to any of these extra entities. They're not stored in an array. They're just, there. So I would expect um, here, this is just, that does not make sense to me. So if we look into this .cpp here, this is our Hunter AI right here. Hunter AI, if you look, is Hunter AI. So that's the data structure, and we set the target here instead of state. It is not checking anything else except for the detected range. And if this dot, what's it checking by the way? Target body, get position, hunter body, get position. It's not checking anything else. And target data dot chased by equals target entity. Target entity, target data is, my goodness, this pop-up would be very nice if I could hide it somehow. But like target data, that's this thing right here. That's this target data which comes from 100 target. So it is either that I am completely and utterly dumb or I don't actually know what the issue is. So I will just, expect that everything is somehow magically working like this. I honestly, I don't know how the fuck this works, but it works. Okay, good. So then we're gonna move our target entity, and I just want to know what happens then, because once I move it, because I can do this, I can do like a registry dot get any autocomplete today. Hello, v2 body pointer on our runner, and I am going to say that once I get it, I am then going to set a position I just want to set the position and it's going to tell me GDFO. I'm going to then set transform. So the first one is the position, the other one is the angle. Now the angle is always 0, which we don't have to really care about. I wish that there was a way to just set the position without the rest of it, because you can see clearly that it's taking a B2 vec2 right there position. So why bother like float angle? I need to like store it and retrieve it. You already have it. How about we don't set that parameter? I don't know. Well, anyway, because this is a very common thing. Actually, that's not very common, but um, anyway. So yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it's not very common. So set transform here, const position. So if we wanted to set the position, we would then do uh, something like b2 vector 2 that, and then we'll say that the origin is at 0 and that the actual thing is at the explore something blah blah blah. So it would be um, tick hunters dot explore detection range times 2, and the angle really is always is going to be 0, so that does not matter. And once we do that, um, I guess we could say that like it should be like nothing, but I'm gonna set it to like basically not equal. So not equal to runner. This thing, the the thing here should be explore, and the hunter target on the runner should be well, this one we don't assert it um, because that's not the job of this system. The Actually, that is kind of the job of the system because it should reset itself basically. So it should say, we don't care what it is, it's just not the runner. And chase by on the runner should be the runner itself. Okay, so the reason why this happens is because after we moved it, we called tick hunters again. That's the reason. And it of course takes a registry, so if we do that, now dare you uh, yield a passing test, because I'll be furious. And there you go. So failure. Uh, Expected the quality of these. Oh, okay, okay. Actually, that's not the failure that I was expecting. Okay, let's quickly retest it again. Oh, what am I doing? This should be 10. Okay, so you can see here expected quality of these values, which is hunter state, and here you can clearly see that it cannot print it for some reason properly, does not print it. I wanted it to like print the thing. So essentially this now is failing. So it's saying that this is not an explorer state. It's saying that the target is still the what it chased by. It's a hunter, but it should be a runner. And that's the only thing that is failing. The um, Oh, and something that I didn't modify is this here, where this should be a hunter because it is not chasing anything anymore. Actually, this should be not equal to runner. Yeah, okay, that actually makes sense. That actually, the reason why it makes sense is because this is basically like another runner. It should be whatever it is, doesn't matter what it is, but it's not the runner. And honestly, if the hunter isn't in the explorer state, it does not actually care um, what the what the thing is. So yeah, once we are done with this, what we need to do is we need to say that this code is not failing. Reason why it's failing is because state is not set and all that. So this is what's going to happen then. And if so what it should do here, I mean, we could do it through like a boolean. Like if we find it, we flip a bool. There are honestly so many ways. I think the best way of doing it would be to set a bool. So boolean found target equals false. And essentially here, if that is true, it will say found target equals true. And it's saying here that essentially this is not settable. So what we want to do is we'll need to pass in this found target by reference. Once we do that, then at the very end, we will check if found target, sorry, if not found target, then you're going to uh, basically you're going to check if hunter, sorry, I always forget the braces. Hunter, not hunter, it's if, yeah, hunter AI dot target not equal to hunter entity, then registry.get hunter target um, from this entity that's stored in hunter AI dot target, and you're gonna say that chased by equals hunter AI dot target, After that, you're gonna set the hunter AI dot target to be hunter entity. And the other thing that needs to be happening is that hunter AI dot state equals to explore. So now if we run this should pass the test. So actually, I will run this particular test for multiple ticks, and I want it to be run for integer. Let's do auto I equals 0, u, I is less than 5u, I plus plus. So I want this entire thing to be run multiple times, and I want every iteration to be, to be the same thing, essentially. It should always be a runner, is the point. Okay, we are getting some feelers. So the feelers that we're getting, let's for now set this to 0. Let's see if it's affecting it. So here we see the only thing that is failing after this tick registry is that um, explore detection range. So this actually should be not explore detection range, but instead uh, chase detection range. Let's try and compile that. Now that this functionality is implemented, okay, so it's failing on the state. It's not setting the state correctly. The rest seems to work, but the state itself is what's causing the issue. So it seems like um, how would I wise enum does not provide an operator for some reason. Is that I think it's a cast operator to a string is what's making the thing. A non-conversion from AI state to did you mean an SD string? Is that the issue? Yeah, I forgot how YZenum works is the problem. Okay. So it's not actually doing the thing that I needed to do, which is that it's not setting it to explore. This also isn't working properly. We'll get to that. I think this is the issue here, is that like when we iterate it, it should always be runner, but it's not. And I don't know why is it that like it runs it for one like it runs it once and then the next frame it's like not and like what's happening there? I don't know. I don't know. But we'll implement it so that it stays locked on the same entity and it doesn't change its like lock. We'll get to that. What I am interested in is like why is it not doing this? Because that seems like a very simple thing. Why is it not setting the explore state? So we'll see that. So failure, expected equality of these values, register.get, hunter AI, hunter state, not equal to runner, hunter target, chased by runner. Okay, so it is saying here that essentially the hunter state should be explore while it is this. So that to me looks like something that shouldn't be an issue. I am not sure. Why is it not reset? Hunter AI that state chase found target equals false. Runner detected. Blah 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 blah. This is not actually runner detected. The way that this function should be called is more like if points within range. But eh, doesn't matter. Like actually, it should be like distance less than range. But it's called runner detected. I should really like rename it. So it's not setting the explore. It is resetting this. It is resetting hunter entity to be the target, but it's not resetting the state, and that's the only thing that fails. So the the question is why? What is wrong with you? Hmm. Hunter AI dot target. If it's not equal to hunter entity, registry.get hunter AI target chased by hunter AI target. Bro, what is this? Well, that's only regarding the chased by component of it. That has very little to do that with the state. So I think the thing that it's trying to prove here is that like, hey, you're trying to set a, I guess, a static member, but you should be not setting a static member. You should be setting a member variable. That's something that I kind of hate about all of this like in-class declaration of enums. So we'll see about that. So enum in class, enum in object. Wait, what am I doing? In object. Um, what's it? What's the fancy word? Reassignment. C++. We know that Python has enums. We don't need to. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 That is so weird. Um, enum declaration in class C++. Yeah, I don't even know what to Google at this point. It is so weird. An enumeration is a distinct type whose values is restricted to arrange values. I cannot process this complicated stuff today. Let's see how to use this thing. So that's a switch, enum foo, enum color, all of that I know. Struct x, enum direction. Okay, so this is the thing that I need to get. When an unscoped enumeration is a class member, its enumerations be accessed using class member access operands dot and this. So enum direction, x direction left, x, x pointer p, px, x left, p left. Okay, that we know. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Declare strongly typed enums using that when necessary value zeros equals plus you can more or less with. But the type of enum, my enum type, subtly different. Lazy option is to just dump it in a class, but there's still favorite nesting scope enum, even though the class is typically or not loose, but instead are interlinked. Uh, wait. No, it doesn't, but if that declaration has to be in the global scope, then the pollution is reduced to a single name, the type name instead of multiple names, the inner values. This is so weird to me that it's not answering my question. It is not. Oh, hang on. Dang. It's 8 p.m. Oh, fuck. Hang on. I have something very important tomorrow. It's Tuesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. I have not. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hang on. Let me quickly send somebody a message. Ah, yes, this one. Copy and paste it in. There you go. Okay, we're done. Done with that. Thank God I got that notification. So, the issue I am having here is that I am not actually setting the state of it. What am I setting then? Oh, I know. I know. We go to this thing called CPP Insights. Yes, I just realized something. Yeah, we go to CPP Insights. This is I think the place where we need to go. So, um, the, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna here copy our. Oh dang it! It doesn't have the wise enum stuff. Well, okay, it doesn't have to have it. Let's just kind of get rid of all this. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's even get rid of this. It doesn't matter. So we have a struct called our AI. That AI contains a enum state that holds, like say normal and like unusual. um, right? Hold stat, and this should be named with a capital. So then we create state, set it to normal, and then inside here we say we have our AI, and um, after that we say AI dot state equals unusual, and we need C++ 20. Is that C++ 20? Uh, okay, let's use C++17 then. Compilation failed. Why? What is wrong? Why? Ah, there it is. So it's saying here, yeah, you need to specify it like this, AI. Okay. Need what? Semicolon. That is actually the same exact thing. Um, I don't think that will help me in any way. I just want to know what that thing does. Yeah, I don't actually know what that function does, so yeah, that. But here is the question that I have. Std assert AI dot state equals AI normal. And I know that it will probably fail to compile. Use of undeclared identifier std. Let's see. Expected. Yeah, what is your question? Oh, we can't actually do that. Okay. Is it that? I don't think you need an assert for that. There you go. So yeah, can we run this somehow? Run it. Let's see. I like that it's integrated. So, alrighty. Execution. Aha! So it is not actually setting the AI state there, um, which is kind of terrible. Now, I can sort. of see why that is, but we'll discuss it after a short break. All right. So I think the reason why it's saying that, at least kind of my expectation, is that if we set it like this, oh, it still fails. It is still failing. Um, oh wait, okay. So unusual, but then let's set it to uh let's set it to normal then. Uh, dang. There you go. Okay. So now let's say I set it to unusual. Ah, that doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Because like what the heck? Also, what exactly is this? Hmm, cool. Okay. But like, okay, what? So here's the thing that I don't understand. Hunter AI dot state equals Hunter AI dot explore equals Hunter entity target runner target hunter. I know why. Because, well, it shouldn't be. I know why. Oh, it should be Hunter AI. Wait, no, no, no. The reason for that. Oh, what? The reason for that, and I'll explain to you why, is because there are all those other entities. And all of those other entities, well, they are what is actually keeping it there. Now, you remember that here, if I run it for something like 5 times, then it will actually fail that particular test. So it will fail all of these expects. It actually wouldn't fail all of them, it will only fail like a small amount. So the way of checking if something is like the way of fixing this, and by the way, let's see here, Hunter AI, why is it failing like this? It's so weird. Oh yeah, I think I know. So like, it's all hecked up. What is it saying? Hunter AI state. So it's an Explorer state now. What? It's in the Explorer state? Here, I see it. Line 48. It's in the Explorer state. Somehow. Which kind of leads me to believe that somebody's trolling me here. So it's like flipping. How how does that happen? Does it like reset the 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 body definition? No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, we can check. Where is it? Oh yeah, of course. Hello, I need the definite. Oh, it's in the library. Jesus. Okay. No reference to the definition is retained. Warning: this function is locked during callbacks. Okay. Mhm. So my question then is, how would I get the? Let me think. How would I? Oh, I just need. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll say that if we are, if hunt. Oh, okay, it's saying that because this hunter AI dot state equals chase, then we don't do all the looping. We check if runner detected. The first position is the hunter position, so that would be hunter body get position. But the second one will be the player position. So then we're going to need to do a registry.get. Um, B2 body pointer from hunter AI dot target and um, get position. What's that? Cons float range. Oh yeah, this is this chase detection range. So if all of this It's true. Then you're gonna check, I think. Oh no, you're just gonna set, you're gonna do registry dot get hunter target on the hunter AI dot target dot chased by equals hunter entity. And besides that, you are also going to return. Now that's going to slow us down because like if we spawn a whole bunch of entities, it's just going to be a mess. So let's see here. It's saying that the hunter.state should be in the chase. So it should be in the explore, but it is in the chase. Why is it thinking that? It should be wait, which is failing? So it should be chase when it is zero. What is it saying? Huh, weird. That does not make sense because it should be a little different. Hmm. Where? Which? So here, after it ticks it, what's the other rotation? So this is explore state now. So this is explore state, but it's not actually doing anything. Like, so here's the surprising thing about all of this. This piece of code, it's dumb. I don't understand how this works. Because look, if the thing is with if the runner is detected on like this position, then this chase detection range, register to get, chase by under entity, and then return. So what is your problem? If you are in the chase state already, how is it that you change that state if nothing changes? Nothing changes. You're so dumb. What is wrong with you? Are you like joking or something? That's just oh my God. This is beyond me. I have found the problem that I cannot solve. Not that I am bragging or anything, but like I've been doing this for what, uh, about 2 or 3 years now. I've been doing C++, and I thought that everything is just so easy to do. How hard could it be to write something like this? And I even have a game plan, and yet it's doing something I don't know what. So it's saying here expected equality of these values, contrary I state. Um, that's the only thing that fails though. And it only fails at the end here. So it's saying that like I only moved the runner, only the runner, and I do a bit world create here. My question is, how on earth is this doing what it is doing? It's just so weird. I, but it should stay in the chase state. Let me think about it. So we do tick here. When we tick, we see that this thing is no longer in range. It says chase state, but it's not this. So none of this gets executed. So we go here and we try to find one where we have this target entity here, but it cannot find that entity probably because once it does find target, What do you mean? What do you mean? How is that affecting this? What is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with it? So, I think I know what's wrong with it. Kind of. Kind of think I know what the wrong thing is. You see, it looks like a spaghetti code to me. And spaghetti code cannot be tested. So this kind of works, but as we can see, kind. Oh wait, I know why. Yeah, actually no, that's not the reason. Let's see. Th this does not fucking make sense to me. It does not make sense. Let me see if there is something in chat that may or may not answer my question. There is nothing. So there is nobody to tell me what the wrong thing is. So in that case, and yes, I know we kind of switched very quickly to doing something else, not doing the game as I intended it to do it. Not that I told you what the intention was, but like I kind of switched to a different game, more simple one. That was just because it felt more fun. So I honestly, I am confusion. Um, I am confusion. Maybe walking around the room will help me break up this confusion. Not that I believe in that, but well, okay, well, let me see. So we start in which state do we start? Or at least we should start in which state? Like, let's see what's the initial condition. The initial condition, my goodness, these pop-ups. I'm gonna just I am just so like they're so annoying. I'm gonna find which package does that. I'm gonna delete this package. Actually, I'm not gonna delete it. I'm just gonna disable it because it is somewhat helpful. It's just that if I could disable it, and Unfortunately, Emacs doesn't provide you with like a thing where you like click on something and like, what is this? And it tells you, oh, it's like that. So I need to go and like look through documentation or something. I actually think I know which package does it. There is a line in the config file that enables it. I'm going to disable it. It's just so annoying. So we start with Hunter AI with Target Hunter. Which which state is it in? I mean, that might or might not solve our issue. That might or might not. We'll see. Hmm. Bro, what are you failing? What is your issue? Let's see. Dang, it's just so annoying. I am so tired of all these things. So, failure, expected quality of these target, which is a 4 byte object equal to 12 or something. Runner, which is this object. That's not this. Failure, chased by, which is a 4 byte object hunter. This. Yeah, I mean, what did you expect? So it seems like the first time it did work. Or did it not work? Where's the probe? So there it's this expect tick hunters, and then you expect this, and you say that it should be chased by hunter, and target should be runner. Um. So, oh, oh, please, oh, please, no. What did you do? State equals explore, and then I set it to be explore, and then it breaks everything again. Or is it breaking it or what? I don't even know at this point. Oh my God, this is just so annoying. And like, we're not even done. I'm still here. I'm just thinking. I'm trying to come up with an alternative solution that I think will be more robust. And not really robust, but more generic. And in its genericity, what the fuck did I just say? Uh, it would be a better solution. Let's take a look at the errors again. One, two, three, four. It looks like a five or six to me. Okay. So hunter target, chased by target, chased by target, chased by target, chased by target, chased by. So somehow it is selecting the last entity. It's not selecting the entity that's the first. It's selecting the last entity. How that works is beyond me. Um, and I honestly feel like there is an issue here because really what we're trying to test is if it can detect an entity and if it sets the entity like stuff correctly, and then if it cannot detect the entity, it will then, do something else. Now, one of the things that I will, so I kind of think about something here. Imagine an entity being chased. The other entities probably will go the other way. And we can implement it this way. But let's just say they're in some enclosed space where it doesn't matter where they go, they are always going to be detected by the hunter. And we only have one hunter, for example. My question is, would it be okay if we let the hunter go into explore mode, into explore state, for like one tick? Now, one tick is not it's not going to be every frame because this is quite an expensive operation. It's going to be something that happens like say once every second, you know, or something like that. If it's happening once every second, then that's kind of okay. So, bruh, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, let's leave that in. And then we move it. Let's start with just this because really we're here for like checking. This test is just explore state to chase. If it can do that, perfect. Oh, it fails once only. It's saying at the end here that this is, yeah, I mean, that is actually true. It, in fact, should go into the explore state. After this stream, I'm gonna post a question on Ent subreddit. Oh, sorry, not subreddit, but the Ent Discord, asking for fucking help to make a detection system for like entities. Because I am done with the okay, actually I'm not done, but like I genuinely want their help. because it's just so terrible. Ah, what is the issue? Failure. Expected equality of these values. A registry.get hunter AI hunter state, which is 1. So it's in the chase state when, oh, because I changed the wrong one. That one is indeed chase. The one that I should have changed is this one, which should be explore. If I'm gonna be coding at my job at this speed, I'm gonna be kicked out. Okay, so this is passing. Now the thing that's not passing is persistence on an entity. So the thing will choose whatever is like, whatever is closest. Sorry, not closest, whichever is first. The way I wanted to choose its targets, actually, I kind of wanted to do target remapping. Um, that target remapping, what I wanted to do is I wanted to be able to know that, like, hey, um, my my like so we need to make a lock so that, like, if there are two entities, it will lock on one. And the way to achieve that is, now that this is kind of, fixed, um, actually the best way of make, yeah, so now that this is fixed, actually we're not going to move anything here. We're gonna set the hunter transform to this, and the rest will just stay there. And actually we're gonna set it to be like, like, so here you see how it's like this. We're gonna set it to be negative, so that it's like on the other side. So there's absolutely no way of it actually touching anything that's like there. So with that, it should go to explore mode because there are no entities that it can touch. And then this should be equal to hunter chased by runner, and then that's explore. But now let's add in. Let's in fact see if this still this should pass the test. Okay, I'm getting a little bit more energy, I think, now that something is working. Okay, so now I want this test actually kind of, yeah, let's add it here. Well, let's add it into this particular test. So this particular test here, it should also retain, like, persistence on all of us. So let me quickly hang on. So we in place this, then we do 4. Let's, you know what? Let's divide this by 4. Um, but then after we do an in place here on the 100 target, we should then divide by 2. And that's going to give me a larger range. And essentially, it should choose like the closest one. So it's going to be 4. Um, auto I equal to 0 u, I is less than 10 u, I plus plus. It should then create, do like auto entity equals registry dot create, and then it should say registry dot in place, and we want to in place a B2 body pointer onto our entity from world dot hello there, create body with the body, and it's takes a pointer, and then it also needs to do registry dot in place. The fuck is this? So in place, um, type name component. We want hunter target entity, and the arguments should be hunter target, and dot, what's the one, chased by equals entity. Okay, so this is done. So we now have 10 more entities, but it should only lock on the first one, and theoretically this should still like work because of the way that I wrote it, but not that it's gonna work. But we'll see, we'll see. Maybe I did something there, but that made it work. So it compiles and it, yeah, okay, so it still passes. So it's still failing. The reason why it's failing here is because it's saying here expected quality of these values, 100 target, um, which is a forward byte object, runner, which is this object. So it's that looks like a 0B. I don't know, that's probably easier to see. So that's a B. So it's setting it to the uh, 11, 11th entity instead of the first one. So the reason why it's doing it is because when it is getting all of these entities, it's like just, oh, hey, look, like we're not gonna lock on the first one for some reason, we're gonna lock on the last one. So the way to solve this is actually really simple. You get the list of all the entities that are in range, and then you sort this list by the distance that is to, well, this entity. So that's kind of the thing. And once you sort it um, by this like range, then you can essentially do whatever. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to say here that essentially all of this garbage needs to GDFO. And in fact, I would GDFO this entire function. So let's see here. So if bool found target equals false, um, so if that is a chase, then if it already has all of that, you just do this and return. So that's pretty good. And here essentially we're gonna say that registry.view, and we can say that this code block essentially should not exist, but we're not going to do that. So let's see if we have not found the target yet. Now this found target is kind of a silly one right now because we don't actually care about it. We're not going to do it with the found target. Here, what is it found target doing? So if Hunter AI the target is not equal to Hunter entity, you're going to unset. So we'll see here. If no entity found, reset target. Okay. So each tick, it should keep finding its own entity over here or finding another entity. And if it finds another entity, it should then switch. And we're going to simplify this function. So let's see. Registry.view under found target. That's, as I said, not a requirement anymore. And one of the things here, essentially here we are not looking at if we have found anything or not. So if the entity, now I would actually, what I would want to do is I would want to kind of disassemble this a little bit. So I would want this to be a separate function. I'm not going to do it just now. Um, so let's see here. Essentially, let's set this to true. Set that to true. Okay, so yeah, found target equals true. That does not matter. So here's what we'll do. We'll say that registry.view hunter target beta body each. This hunter body hunter AI hunter entity blah 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 blah. If run detected blah 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 blah. Da, 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 da. So we need to get all of them, but we also want to like select the entities that are like actually valid for us. So the way that I would do it is I would say I would use an STD vector for this because to me it looks like vector would make sense here. Not that it's performant, but I mean, come on now. So vector of um, you could say like a pair of entity and its distance. Oh, sorry, this. So it's going to be int entity and some integer that is a distance. And we're going to say potential targets. And then we're going to say that essentially if we have a registry.view, then we get all of these parameters such as hunter target and b2 body. We also get a bunch of this trash. We'll see if that is required for us. Actually, we don't need to know anything about Hunter AI as far as I understand. So if a runner detected on this range and target data that chased by equals target entity, you are not going to do any of this. Hunter AI dot target equals target entity. Hunter AI dot state, Hunter AI chase, target data chased by Hunter entity. You will set this, so this setter here, this would be an else condition in this case. This is what that is. Of course, that doesn't show anything, but whatever. In this particular case, what we actually are interested in is appending to this potential targets vector. So now the question is target body. Do we actually want to pass in this target body, like, sorry, hunter body? We don't want to pass hunter body get position because then every time we're considering something, we're doing this every single time. So I would say here that this is hunter position equal to this, and then you pass it in instead of this hunter body. That's not required. You pass in a hunter position instead. And my computer is laggy AF because streaming and this does not do very well. Also, we have to like finish very soon, like really, so we already have to be finished. Now here I don't really care what it is, so I'll just say auto. That should do it. We'll finish this function and then I'll be heading off to my no screen after 9 p.m. time. Hunter entity, yes, we need that. Hunter AI, well, we don't actually need this as much. Okay, so here we're considering our hunter position, explore detection range, and target data that chased by target entity. So actually, the hunter AI has very little to do with it. So if this happens, if the entity can be targeted, uh, then you're going to do potential targets dot. I think there is an append method, no? So yeah, pushback method. So pushback. Now here you would need to push back a pair of two things. And it's saying cannot capture this stuff. So let's just add it in here, potential targets. We're going to capture it by reference because otherwise whatever changes we do to it does not really apply to anything. And it needs a comma at the end right there. So now it's saying here, okay, well, pushback. Now it does not like the way that we did it here with this pushback where it doesn't take any arguments. So let's just do like this. Target entity, I don't know if you can do that. I honestly haven't done pushbacks of a STD pair in such a long time, but you need to know what the distance to this entity is. The easiest way to find this information is actually inside of runner detected method. So the runner detected method will kind of like it knows if the thing is within range. Sorry, not within range, it knows what the range is. Now the range is squared. The reason why it's comparing squared range is because Pythagorean theorem uses uh what is it like hypotenuse squared equals the the word that I cannot pronounce squared. So like the sides of the triangle squared summed up equals the longer side of the triangle. squared. So that's the theorem. And the thing about this theorem is that if you don't need the actual length of, or better say, if you're comparing hypotenuse to a hypotenuse, it doesn't matter if it's squared or not, because at that point, it's not gonna like it's not that the sign matters. The sign will always be positive because distance are positive. You cannot have a negative distance. You can have negative coordinates, but you can't have negative distance. Um, you are essentially comparing like sides of a triangle. And if you're computing them from like basically it doesn't matter if it's squared or not, if it's squared, if it's greater when it is squared, it will always be greater when it's like if you take a square root out of it, and the same will be true otherwise. Like if it's greater normally, um, like in its normal form, then if you square it, it's still going to be better. It's still going to be bigger. That is, of course, if you consider like absolute values. They're not absolute, it's called positive values. If you consider negative values, yes, you can have some kind of magic there, but generally speaking, if you have two positive like things and you compare them squared, if they're both squared, it doesn't matter. So because of that, it would be very fun to get a, what is the song that I can hear? Oh, I cannot hear that song, but obviously you cannot either. It was a computer fan that I was hearing. A new song can go back to me not being able to hear you. So we need to somehow get that out. And the way to get that out is actually quite simple. You go into the definition of this thing, and you see here that we get the distance squared. Now, this distance squared, we can actually just make that float distance. Oh, look. Oh, look. There is a B2 distance squared. Nice. So we don't need to write our own fucking distance squared. Ah, how hilarious that is. Okay. Oh, we can actually write this as a one-liner then. We can write this as a one-liner. B2 distance squared, hunter position, player. Oh my God. I have not thought of looking it up. Oh. Okay, that makes me happy because now that I have this is, first of all, this became smaller. That's a pro. Uh, but the thing that I'm more interested in is if we can now sort them by this distance. So because we know, um, where is the code though? There it is. So because we know here this, so we need to in place the distance. So we are saying here basically distance squared on this. Um, oh, sorry, not player. What am I saying? The distance squared on the target. Oh, we don't calculate target body position. Target body, get position, and this here, hunter position. Okay. So, this is it. This is the code. Now, once we've done this code here, pretty much what we can do is we can say that if uh, then we need to sort it after we've done all of the crap. So here, if um, potential targets dot size actually um, is equal to 0, then you reset. Else, you're gonna do potential targets. Actually, we're gonna do the queue sort, I think is the function. Yep. Okay, it needs, what is it doing? Yeah, I don't know what this queue sort is. Um, std sort. Okay, what does it take? Param first, an iterator. So potential targets dot begin. Potential targets dot end, I believe, is the next one. Ah, first, last, sort the elements of a sequence. Huh. How are you gonna sort it though? Such that the iterator is large. Huh. So it's gonna sort them, but it doesn't know what to sort by. C++ sort with lambda. Aha. Stud sort. Huh. Yeah. It's what we're using. It doesn't take a lambda though. Or does it? Ah, takes a lambda. Just isn't an overload that we're looking at. So this lambda takes, I believe, const auto left, const auto right, and return left. It's actually like this, get one from left is, I think it's always less. get one from right. Here you go. And then after you have sorted, you're gonna say hunter AI target equals potential targets 0 dot, no, actually that first, target data chase by hunter entity. I'm not sure why it's hunter data. Sorry, target data. Target data comes from registry dot get hunter target dot potential targets 0 dot first. This is what it comes from. Here I would in fact consider that second instead. Is that a function or is that a... No, it's not a function. That's not a function as far as I remember. I think that's a using declaration. What is it saying? Hmm. Let's close this thing, by the way. Is it not const? What? I don't think that's not. I don't think that's what's causing it. I think it's just complaining about the pair. What is your problem? Ah, this is not gonna end anytime soon, I feel. That wasn't even the case. Let's change it back to auto. I like auto more. Let's in fact even change it to const auto. Let's see. Okay. So now question is, in here, it's basically saying that you are doing something terrible when you should not, to which I say, where? Where is that terrible pushback? Is that a make pair? Yep, should work now. Please do. And it even passed all the tests. Hmm. Are we done? Because I don't know if we're done or not. Let me quickly scan through the code. Create a bunch of entities. We tick them, assert that, then we tick it one last time, and it should be explored hunter runner. Yeah, that's actually what I wanted. So this is the final implementation. Oh, where? This is the implementation. And to be frankly honest, it is kind of big in spaghetti code. And to be frankly honest, what I would instead do is I would split it up into separate functions, but the thing is that this is too late right now. So what I'll do is I'll add that to the to-do list. For now, let's use our Maggot client to um, stage these two tests and stage all this stuff. It's not that it's compiling. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, actually, you know what? That's a good point. Does it compile? Probably not. Yeah. Let's save this. Oh, yeah. We need a tick system, tick hunters. Let's see. That should compile. Okay, so it is compiling. Okay, well, it's not moving yet. It is me that is moving. This object is stationary. Sorry, not object. Why did I say object? This hunter is stationary, but will make them move very soon. Just that for now they're just targeting us, and I'm pretty sure they are. Like I'm pretty much 100% sure. We'll make it so that they can chase us, like actually walk. Um, in fact, should be pretty simple to code up the actual like chasing stuff, but like we're not gonna do that right now. That should be a different thing. That would be like more like a generic AI kind of function. Um, so that's done. What did I do? I didn't modify the file. Okay, that's done. So let me go. I'm trying to finish the stream too early. Hang on. Scratch. Control find. No. Control S. To do. No, not this. Where's my to-do list? Ah, there it is. Um, refactor. Let's just kind of put it up here. Refactor tick hunters. Oh wait, it's not this. There you go. That'll be thing for a later day. Okay. Oh, and okay, I'll do that off stream because I don't like messing with the SSH keys on stream, but I'll push that to GitHub as well. And if you're wondering where the GitHub link is, it's in the About section. So, in the About section of the channel. So, see you guys later. Peace.